associated ants.
Check.
Madagascar.
Hello again and happy Comic-Con weekend. Welcome to Convos presented by Blackmagic Design. I'm Danielle Beckman. I'm one of your hosts with Brooklyn Quarter, and we are so excited to be partnering with the League of Filmmakers and Cinematography for Actors to bring you this live stream directly from the Gaslamp District in downtown San Diego. So today you're going to hear some more delightful chats with actors, writers, directors, game designers, influencers, and artists about their work as well as their Comic-Con experiences and rituals. We had a great day yesterday, and sadly today's our last day, but we're gonna have a whole bunch of fun. So thank you for tuning in. So I'm very excited to welcome to the show our next guest, Danny Bowman. I'll tell you a little bit about Danny. She is a young and talented animator and artist, an entrepreneur on the autism spectrum who is passionate about using her skills to help others, and her dedication to inclusion and diversity is so incredibly inspiring and so authentic and beautiful. And despite being diagnosed with autism at age 3 and nonverbal until 6, Danny has overcome these challenges to become an accomplished artist, animator, inspiring speaker. Yes. And she founded her own company, Danimation, which we're going to talk about, when she was 14 years old. And also Danimation UK in 2019 as well. That's so awesome. Danny has taught animation to over 3,000 students with autism and premiered 14 short films at Comic-Con. So cool. As a national speaker and a cast member of Love on the Spectrum, Danny uses her platform to inspire and mentor others. Danny, we're so happy.
I'm so excited to be here too, Danny.
I know. Oh,
Danny B squared.
Danny B squared. Oh my gosh. So we figured out that we're both Dannys and we're both B's. Ooh, what's your middle? Do you have a middle name?
I have a middle name called Danielle Jean. I'm Jean.
Oh, that's lovely. Okay, I'm Elise. So I'm an E. Well, we almost got it. We
almost got the square, yes.
This is so cool. I'm so happy to have you. So you are honestly, I look at your schedule, I'm like, you're the Comic-Con queen. You are everywhere. I would love to know, kind of just kicking us off here, like, do you have anything when prepping for a big weekend like this? Like any tips or tricks you would like to share?
So definitely, sure. So one of my biggest tips for anybody that is new to any con, please be sure you have the Comic-Con app whenever available, or get the handbook with you. And also, so if you have those, if you have the app or the handbook, please be sure you get prepared by marking down which booths you want to go to or go to any panels you want to go to. So always be prepared to have a plan. Without a plan, you're most likely going to get lost.
Yes, that is so brilliant because there are so many vendors and panels and shows and things. So, I mean, that's absolutely perfect. Do you have any, like a certain artist or a certain thing that you like to see every year, or does it kind of switch up?
So it does kind of switch up. Yeah. Really depends on each year. Like, for example, if I really wanted to meet a particular type of voice actor or a different type of famous artist, I would definitely would have to go to that panel or go to that booth and visit them.
Yeah, definitely. I know. Do you know Karen Hellion, the artist?
Karen Hellion? I don't think I've ever heard of Karen Hellion.
She does some Star Wars inspired stuff, and all of her stuff was sold out last year by the time.
Oh my goodness.
I know. But I got there on day 1, which is a preview night, which, pro tip, is really a great night to go to buy some stuff. And I got my Princess Leia print.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yes.
I've also got one other tip for anybody. So if you are going to Comic-Con, especially for preview night, to buy something, please be sure you have a budget. Otherwise, you get too excited and overspend. No overspending.
Okay, that is really, really good because one of my friends, it's her first year, and we got on 2 nights ago, and she looked around. She's like, I didn't budget for this. what am I doing? So actually, that's perfect. And I don't know if we budgeted for this, talking about me and my husband behind the camera, but we figured it out. We figured
That's great.
it out. So, okay, we're obviously here at Comic-Con. I mean, look at my dress, right? It's like there's comics. It's all about, there's animation is one of the biggest topics and things that is discussed here, right? From like independent makers to much bigger companies and comics. And so I would love to talk about Danimation, and I saw it was your 15-year anniversary.
That is definitely true. And speaking of the 15-year anniversary, one of our greatest of honors is that we're premiering 2 animated short films. The completed version of Too Smart to Be Trendy, which is about a young girl who tries to follow the trends with other teenagers, trying to follow the trends, but it's a struggle between following trends and being your true self, what I really like.
I love that.
And the second one, this definitely features the famous voice actress Rosie O'Donnell, who plays as the mom of the main character, Ruby.
That is so cool. Okay, so Too Smart, actually, let's talk about this. Because you have Too Smart to Be Trendy as well as Isaac and the Firefly Queen.
That's right. That is definitely correct. And this is created by my student who has autism named Peyton Hepler.
Fantastic.
She's amazing. She's a really amazing, talented animation artist. Despite her, this is called speech impediment.
Okay, that is so cool. So you mentored her into
she has been my student since 2021.
Amazing. And they are both going to be showing tomorrow. And I believe we have a graphic for that. But whenever you guys put that up, that's great. But they're going to be tomorrow, Sunday at noon in room 9, where you can see them. And will you also be speaking about them tomorrow?
Oh yes, definitely. And before the big day and before the Q&A, on Saturday, I'm definitely going to be part of the press conference at 2 p.m.
Awesome.
Actually, no. I mean 1 p.m. at room. I forgot the name.
I know. It's okay. There's so many numbers in rooms. I don't know. Yeah, do you know?
Room
22. Room 22.
Room 22.
Awesome.
It's going to be at room 22.
Okay, perfect. So room 22, and today is Saturday. So today, I don't even know what day it is. It's like, this is why you need your schedules and things, right? So perfect. Okay, that is so exciting. And so I love this idea of Too Smart to Be Trendy as, someone kind of trying to fit in and find their true authentic self. And do you find sort of like a theme in the films that you make?
It varies in different themes. Like over the years, I've always submitted a short film depending on the theme, or it does really depend,
okay.
And it also really depends on the creator or the writer who creates the idea before I bring the ideas to life.
That's cool. Okay. Do you ever like to do your own writing as well, or do you kind of like to
Well,
collaborate?
I do my own writing, but I also collaborate with some others.
That's so cool. If you had to pick something, would you go like more like sci-fi, or would you go like more comedy, or do you have a favorite sort of genre?
I don't have a particular favorite genre, but I really like more like adventure, or more like or maybe more like travel themed.
Oh, that's cool. Well, speaking of travel, you've been traveling a lot. You just went up to Northern California and back, right?
Oh yes, because that was for Stanford University's Neurodiversity Project camp.
Oh, cool. Okay. And were you a keynote speaker up there?
I was a speaker there, and I spoke to, there were over 30 students at the camp that are attending, and they're learning about how to create an advocacy project to help neurodiverse individuals go through into the workforce.
Oh, that's awesome. That's so cool. All of these, I just can't believe, I remember looking at your Instagram and it was like, be right back. I'm like, that is so cool. So, okay, yes. Oh, and real quick, back to Too Smart to Be Trendy and Isaac and the Firefly Queen. the official name of the festival is the San Diego International Children's Film Festival.
That is absolutely correct.
Yes. So check that out. Hello.
And don't forget that today at 3 p.m. there's also going to be the meetup at MZ13, the Mezzanine 13 by the fan tables.
Okay, that's awesome. Okay, so yeah, good shout out. That's where you can meet Danny. I love that. So, okay, I wanted to can we talk about Love on the Spectrum?
Sure, yes.
So cool. Okay, first of all, Emmy nominations and Emmy wins from last year. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you so much. And especially for the first time ever, they've been nominated for Best Director, alongside being nominated again for Best Documentary Reality Series overall, along with Best Casting and Best Editing.
That is so remarkable. And the casting thing, I have to say, casting directors haven't really been appreciated in the business as of the last few years. And so I love that they're getting a nomination. I think that's so cool. And who's in the cast?
That's definitely me.
Okay,
and,
so that's cool.
And also in the season 2 cast, there's also Abby and David, who are the best couple.
Oh,
which I definitely admire them both.
That's so cool. I love it. So with Love on the Spectrum, I remember watching an episode recently where and I don't know if this is a direct quote, but you said, "Animation is my life."
That's one of them. That's one of the quotes. And I said so many quotes like, "You can imagine I've been kissing too many frogs to find the right guy." Or other quotes like, so there's some other quotes like, I just need to get to know somebody else's what's underneath the iceberg. Or like the DNA of a helix.
Yes. See, these are all quotes that I would put on a t-shirt, but I am wearing my Stranger Things.
Oh yes, the Hellfire Club
Yeah.
is definitely one of the most remarkable Netflix's hit series.
I completely agree.
And whenever people think of Netflix, they think of Stranger Things.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I am so excited. I can't wait for the last season.
Oh yes, the last season,
my
alongside with
gosh.
the animated series adaptation called Stranger Things Tokyo.
I didn't even know about this.
I'm so excited about the animated adaptation of the live action series.
That is so cool. Okay, this is breaking news to me. I didn't know. That is so cool. I love it. Okay, so back to your quote from Love on the Spectrum. So you said animation is your life, and I'm an actress, I'm a writer, filmmaker, I'm a producer, and when you said that, I felt that like in my bones for me, on my dating journey in the past, trying to find the right person, but then saying, this is my passion. This is also what I want to do. And, finding that person. And so I would just love to hear a little more about like what animation means to you.
What animation really means to me, I would say, it is an art. Animation is definitely the most important art form of communication. This is whenever you see an animation come to life, you're bringing imagination come to life, and you're seeing somebody's perspective, seeing a world, like you're seeing a story within another world.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. And I feel like through that kind of storytelling, you can create more understanding and unlock things that might not normally be there, right?
Which is true.
And for me, when I'm watching something too, I'm sometimes taken aback by, the story. And I have to say, really only since I've been with my husband have I watched more animated stories.
Oh, nice.
Because in my mind, I thought, oh, well, animation, I grew up with cartoons. That's that. And I'm really learning the power of animated stories for any age, right? Like all ages. It really, it doesn't matter like what walk of life you are in. And so that's actually been really inspiring for me. So is there anything that you would like to share that you have coming up? Like we have a screen graphic that'll say where people can follow you and look for your work. But is there anywhere that, obviously you have Comic-Con weekend, but in the near future, is there anything you wanted to promote or talk about?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Yes.
Because I got invited to a couple of keynotes in the upcoming this October. I've got another autism keynote in Phoenixville, Pennsylvania, and then another one at the end of October this Halloween called the autism conference in the Geneva Center in Toronto, Ontario.
Oh, that's cool. Okay. So those, and I'm assuming people can like go on your website and find all this stuff.
Oh
as
yes,
well.
we will announce them soon.
Okay. That's so exciting, Danny. That's really awesome. I'm so glad you're like kind of on a world tour. It's awesome. You're popping around.
Oh, thank you.
Well, you said you love adventure and travel.
Oh, yes.
And so I think that that's really a part of what you're living, and it's really inspiring. And just thank you so much for coming on today.
Oh, no problem. Anytime. And it's really great meeting you, Danielle.
Thank you. Awesome.
We're almost Danny squared.
Yeah. Oh, here, let's do this.
Danny
again.
squared.
Hey. Well, no, I mean, we really are. But we just want to thank you guys so much for tuning in. And I mean, you heard it here first. Get your schedules together. Get your budget together. And follow Danny.
Don't forget to wear
more.
comfortable shoes.
Okay, yes. So comfortable shoes. Also, I messed that up. On the first time I came. And so yes, comfortable shoes as well. And water,
And snacks when you're in big, long lines, or because the food here may be expensive, but a little bit on a mediocre quality though.
Yeah, no, we're sorry, but it's true. You heard it here, San Diego Convention Center. I totally agree. And yeah, so I think that's all for today. So thank you so much for tuning in, everyone. We'll be back in about 15, 20 minutes with our next guest. And we're just so happy to have Danny on the show. Thank you so much again for coming.
Thank you so much for having me here.
Yes, of course. Okay, now we can wave. Bye.
Bye-bye.
We'll see you soon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Convos presented by Blackmagic Design. I'm one of your hosts, Timothy Reese, and we're excited to be partnering with the League of Filmmakers and Cinematography for Actors to bring you this live stream directly from the Gaslamp District / Corridor in downtown San Diego. And we're also excited to welcome Shauna Germain to our show. Shauna is an award-winning author, editor, and game designer, creative director, and the co-founder of Monty Cook Games. She's penned hundreds of poems, essays, short stories, novellas, novels, games, and articles. And we are so happy to have you on
Thank you for
Comic-Con,
having
Shauna.
me. It's so fun.
And what I love about this especially is that this really was the coldest of emails for you to be here. Because
Those are my favorite.
right, because it's almost like this weird twist of fate, which is going to be great from what we're going to talk about today.
Oh no.
But the entire reason that I know you is because I am a fan of a podcast, which is a mega, like Goliath of a podcast at this point with so many fans. I sent them an email, a cold call email, being like, "Hey, you don't come to Comic-Con, would you?" And they said no, like explicitly. They're like, "Not really our thing," but you should talk to Shauna.
I feel like this is how a lot of opportunities happen for me.
You've developed the reputation of like
being the person to talk to.
Yeah, you are the asset that is deployed. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. This is awesome.
And this is your first Comic-Con.
It
How's
is my
going?
first Comic-Con. You know, this is my return to conventions post-pandemic, and so this is I think my 6th convention this year.
Wow.
And so I feel like I'm in the convention groove, and I'm also very ready to take a break from convention grooves. But it's been amazing. Like I've seen so many people that I haven't seen in years and years,
Yeah.
and like I got to watch a couple of amazing panels. I got to be on a couple amazing panels.
Hex Harmonics, one of our
yeah,
panels.
Hex Harmonics was amazing.
Yeah.
And so yeah, I feel like you get to that place where you're like tired, but you're also sad that it's getting close to the end. So that's
Yeah.
where I'm at right now, and a
Yeah.
little raspy.
Is there anything that's been really stand out from, because San Diego Comic-Con famously has this enormous exhibit hall,
Yeah.
and which is like, I feel like it's like an aircraft carrier on the inside. So like, is
Yeah,
there
I think
anything?
they build rockets in there. When
Yeah, yeah. Is there anything then that's been really stand out from you being in there compared to other cons you go to?
It's a tricky year because I have a concussion right now, and
Right.
so
Oh, yeah.
being on the floor is
Right.
a little bit like ho ho. So that's new, and I don't recommend it. Don't ever do that. But I do think like one of the things that I love so much about that is that you get to see people who, like for me, I was a huge comic fan growing up, and so you get to see like artists who are still doing the work of things that they drew when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And they're just standing there in front of you, and I don't know. There's just something so magical about that moment where you're like, that's a real person who's done a real thing like for a really long time and like honed their art and had a huge impact on me and my love of stories and my love of art. And I just find those moments really magical.
When you were growing up, did you have that? Because this is for me, is that I have this wall that's put up with whimsy where I don't want to know the behind the scenes of something.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to ever peek behind the curtain. I want the magic to just be the
Yeah.
magic. I don't even want to talk about it, right? Like I don't want to go near it. Like we do not pierce the veil. And so the question was, like, did you find that experience? Because I know that when being an adult, meeting the creators of these shows, their perspective is so sometimes radically, I don't know, it's radically different, but also really interesting.
Yeah.
Like a family friend of Danielle's wrote the Gummy Bears theme, right? And like I still sing it, you know. And meeting her was so wild, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm like, wow, you wrote this thing that like shaped my sense of music.
Yeah.
You know.
Isn't that fantastic and amazing? And like, it is that sort of don't meet your heroes thing because you just never know, right? You just like, And so on one hand, like as a creator, I ascribe to be the kind of person who never says, I'm so sad I met her, right? Because I never want to break that sort of in a bad way, break that veil in a bad way, right? I always want to add to the experience of the things that I've written. But I do think as someone who loves creativity and creators, that chance to see like how they think and how they because every creator is so different and has their own, like our brains are so fascinating. So like if they're cool and awesome, I love that opportunity to kind of get to know just sort of what's going on behind there. The one place that I don't do that is I don't like to listen to actors. Like if I really, really love a thing, that I don't really want to listen to the actors talk like about the thing because somehow that breaks the immersion for me. I mean, after time, that's okay. But if I've just watched it, I'm like, no, turn it off. I don't want to see that.
Have you seen the Lord of the Rings DVD commentaries?
Yes.
Okay, that's a special
But that
case.
was like, that's different.
I love there's like a revival of those on Instagram right now.
Really?
And like, people just keep clipping them. And it's amazing how it's like it's scripted.
That's awesome.
Because they talk about pranks they did to each other. And there's one of John Rhys Davies and Orlando Bloom talking about this whole thing about them being in canoes, learning how to paddle. And he's just like, Orlando doesn't know how to paddle a canoe. And it cuts to Orlando. He's like, he said that, did he? Is that what he said? That man is incredible.
That camaraderie is so. I mean, that's such one of the great parts of creativity is that camaraderie behind the scenes, where you're exhausted and you're trying to make a thing and you're full of ideas and you don't really have any place to put them, and so you turn them into pranks. Like I think that's amazing.
Oh, speaking of camaraderie, that's a nice pivot to the reason that I got in touch with you in the first place, which is this wonderful thing you've created, which is the RPG for the podcast Old Gods of Appalachia. And if you're not familiar with Old Gods of Appalachia, it is this eldritch horror set in the Appalachian alternate reality South that explores so many incredible themes and is kind of unfettered by some aspects of history in order to be, I would say, like more sensitive and more critical of aspects of history.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is radical to listen to, because when you're listening to it, you keep waiting to hear something and go like, oh no, they've gone too far. And they don't.
They're so good at walking that line.
And they're so good about reaching out to the people that are affected by these historic tragedies to write these other ones. And it's amazing.
And it really is.
It's been a podcast that was released. It's a narrative. It had an incredibly successful Kickstarter, over $2 million raised for their partnership with Monte Cook Games to turn into an RPG book. And I would love to talk to you about that.
No pressure at the $2 million mark. We were just like, whoa.
Yeah, because you're taking something that is in the rawest sense oral storytelling
Yes.
and going, okay, this is a script
Yeah.
that maybe isn't bound by needing to follow. I mean, it's not bound by needing to follow any mechanics because it's a story.
Right.
And there's always that wibbly wobbly aspect to Old Gods, which is like, how strong is something? How good is something? How bad is something?
Yeah.
So what was that like whenever you needed to go, okay, we have this project. It's this incredible kind of vague, long storytelling on the back end, meaning that there's so many mysteries unexplored.
Yeah.
And now put numbers next to
I
things.
know, right?
And
it was
play
so
a game.
hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, so first I have to tell the story of fate, how this came into be.
Please.
Because I have a friend named Jordan Shibley who writes this amazing thing called Dread Singles, which are basically sort of, I'm probably not going to describe this right, but it was like, for a long time it was really popular on Twitter where it was like single monsters looking for single monsters. And it was really beautiful and delightful. And so we've been friends for a long time. And he was like, hey, I know these other people are friends of mine and they're looking for someone to do a game. And they had sort of an experience where they had met with people and they couldn't kind of find the right fit.
Right.
And so we met with them. So that was like a fate moment too, where like, we didn't know them. We knew of them and we'd listened to their podcasts. And so we got together. And then when we started talking about the storytelling of games versus the mechanics of games, that's when we really knew that it was going to be a really good fit. Yeah. Because you're right, like so many of the monsters, for example, just as an example, in their setting, don't even have names, and that's what makes them so scary. Or if they do have names, it's like this malleable maybe kind of name, or they have 6 names, and that
like
really
the deer.
The deer that is not the deer.
Yeah, the stag.
Right?
Which is like, this is genuinely horrifying.
It is.
Even as like a longtime D&D player on shows, like they are scary monsters.
They are.
Yeah.
And part of the reason that they're so scary is because you never see the whole thing.
Yeah.
And they don't have a name. And like if you were like, is this a level 10? Is this level 6,000? Like what's the range here? So one of the real challenges that I love so much, because I am such a storyteller at heart, was taking these creatures that didn't have names and didn't have stats and actually had like really malleable abilities. Like sometimes they could do one thing and sometimes they couldn't, and sometimes they could grant boons, but they were really complicated.
Right.
And then making them into something that was able to be played at the table by giving them, like you said, numbers, which makes them instantly less scary.
Yeah.
Names, less scary.
14 hit points. And you're
You're
really?
like, okay, right.
Why did they just punch them in the story?
Right.
Does that make any sense?
Right. So like one of the things that we were able to do is give them really interesting sort of abilities or unique talents and make it so that the players never knew which one they were going to use.
Right.
And then give the GM a ton of advice on like how to keep these monsters scary, how to make sure that you're not over-explaining or oversimplifying, never tell them the numbers, never like really showcase the abilities, never describe sort of fully. And so we did a lot to help the GM really maintain this sense of horror and WTF and like all of the essences that you get when you're just doing a listening experience.
Yeah.
And I love that kind of challenge. That makes me happy because I'm not super into the mechanics. I would much rather tell a story.
Yeah.
And so like if I could have gotten away without giving them numbers, I probably would have. But yeah, it was a really, really fun challenge to be able to do that.
What's it like with the magic system? Because when it comes to the idea, and I say magic system,
Yeah.
because system would like be a misunderstanding of actually what Old Gods of Appalachia is about.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the idea of the green,
Yeah.
right, in this aspect of this magic that's not necessarily good,
Right.
but pretty good,
But fairly good. Like better than other things.
yeah, and it's like that, the wonderful drawl of Cam whenever he's introduced. Sorry, of Steve Shell, correct? Whenever he's introducing these characters, and he's like, in the deep green, and it's kind of like this beautiful, yeah. And so, what was it like whenever you were doing the concept of how these magics are supposed to be manifest, especially compared to something like Dungeons and Dragons, right? Which has you can wrap your head around it.
Yeah.
It's almost academic in some sense.
Yeah, very much so.
Because
yeah.
the spell slot, the entire idea of the spells is that the whole rules lawyer thing comes about from going, well, listen, okay, hold on. It says touch, but I have a familiar with hands. So can my familiar cast it if they touch someone with their hands? And it's like,
it's the rule of the thing versus the essence of the thing
Yeah.
in many ways, right?
And so like, how did you kind of wrap your head around that aspect of thinking about the weird that needs to
Yeah.
happen?
Well, thankfully, like weird is kind of one of my loves, and it's one of the loves of our company. We do a lot of weird stuff. So one of the great things is I was able to listen to the podcast a ton. I read all the transcripts a ton. And then I also read a lot of like other things that were written from and for Appalachia. So like fiction, but also nonfiction, like the old, like there's tons and tons of books out there that are like the folklore remedies of how to make magic and like
Right.
all this kind of stuff. And so I really immersed myself in it, I would say for like 6 months before I wrote a thing, because I wanted to feel that essence. I wanted to know. And I grew up sort of in upstate New York, which is sort of on the borderline of the Appalachian region.
Yeah.
So like a lot of like the sayings and some of the like really cool beliefs and like the way that I pronounced words all sort of meshed with that anyway. So it's kind
weird.
of
Like,
interesting.
it's weird too, because I lived in, I grew up a big portion of my life in Appalachia,
Yeah,
North
yeah.
Carolina. And so it's like, it's just really, it's really odd how that is a very specific pocket
Yeah.
of the American geography. I mean, first of all, it's like one of the oldest mountain ranges in the world. But also this weird, it's like this game of telephone with this
Yeah,
tradition
yeah,
that
yeah.
is just in
Yes.
Appalachia.
Very oral. Yeah.
you know, and it's, So sorry, I didn't mean
No.
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I got thinking because I also wrote this dinosaur game, and it was, and then it has the Appalachian Mountains in it, of course, because that was part of that like space too, which
Yeah.
is just so cool. Sorry, I got excited about something else. So I immersed myself really deeply in like the language and the magic, and then I think the way that I really came through that was that everything is malleable and everything is unknown. Like one of the big things about the podcast is like you can't know the old gods, because if you know the old gods, the world is over, right? And so we didn't put any of the old gods in the book because they are, if they ever showed up in your game, it's
done.
The party's done,
They're
right?
out.
The world is done. And so sometimes like keeping that mystery by not breaking the magic down too much is really important. But we did a thing too where we have ciphers, which are kind of our magic items. And for each of those, you have to like do a thing. You have to do this homebrewed ritual, and you have to like go get the graveyard dirt or whatever the thing is.
So much.
Because it's so hands-on. It's such hands-on magic. It's such homebrewed magic.
Yeah. With the
And
wards.
so, yeah. And even things like, if you have a magic item and it breaks or it fails to work, like in order to keep using it, you have to go find the entity that is somehow, works with that magic item. And you have to decide whether you're going to take their bargain in order to make it work again.
Right.
And like, I feel like this game is so much about like heart and hope. And so like, and bargaining and like keeping your honor and family. And so we did a lot of the magic with like, what are you going to give up for this power?
Oh, wow.
So that you have to make a choice as a character all the time of whether you want to, do you really want to save your friend? Well, what are you willing to give up? And I think that's just such a beautiful place at the table.
I like the idea of it being safe and unsafe. Like an
Yes.
unsafe choice, right?
Yeah.
Where you're allowed in this, you're in a game, but at the same time you forget in a safe way, to make these incredibly bold and dangerous choices that are outside of your comfort zone.
Yeah, because it mimics life, right? We're always making choices that are slightly unsafe. And so if we make them in a game and we get to make them and we get to experience them and do things that we might not do in real life, you can sort of scale that back and relive that experience and make choices. And I think that's one of the great things about stories. And this just sort of takes it to the next level.
Yeah, I remember the fact that there are caves in the Appalachian Mountains that are older than bones.
I mean, how is that even possible, right? Doesn't that just break your brain, but in like the most beautiful way? I love that so much.
Yeah, it's just wild. So bringing it now to what you're working on now.
Yeah, so we're doing a new set of Appalachian rulebooks. It's called Deeper Still.
Okay.
It's way darker. Like, this is my horror childhood coming to the forefront.
Okay.
So it's super dark. It's super deep. There's a book for players where you get some new character options and new backgrounds and all this kind of stuff. And lots of new connections so that you have a lot more to lose,
Okay.
which is one of my favorite places to put characters
Right.
in. And then it's got some new adventures, and it has a bunch of new creatures and magic items and magic and all the things that I super love to write. So
That's amazing.
yeah, I'm very excited about
If you haven't checked it out yet, I backed on Kickstarter like way back before. I mean, that was like, once I started reading it, I was like, okay, this is why. Yeah, it's really good. So if you haven't checked it out, you should definitely check it out. It's really good.
Thank you.
And now that, what are you also working on in your writing right now?
So I'm finishing up a novella. I'm finishing up a novella about dogs that talk to ghosts using the buttons. Have you seen the dogs that talk to buttons? So they can hear ghosts, and so they can relay stories from ghosts to humans using the buttons for like murder mysteries and stuff, which is really fun. I'm almost done. And then I have a novella in the works, or a novel in the works, about a psychopomp who is taking a living girl through the underworld, and sort of what that story is and how that changes her. And I have a deep obsession. I always say my topics are sex and death, and so this one has both. Persephone's her girlfriend. It's super fun. And so, those are the kind of big projects that I have this year. I'm very neurospicy, so I like to have my fingers in a lot of pots at once.
That's awesome. I remember you were on the Hex Harmonics panel. You mentioned about the way you listen to music when you write.
Yes. Oh, it's huge.
Yeah. And I believe you said you just wear out a song, right? Yeah. You just 65, 75 times, 85 times, however long the day is.
I get obsessed with it and and eventually it becomes like the soundtrack to the thing that I'm writing, and it has this pattern, and then suddenly you hear a lyric and you wake up and you realize you've been listening to the song for like 3 hours while you're writing. And I know it's just such a weird moment, But it helps me get into that headspace so much to have. And I get obsessed with things to the point where, and then of course, like I'm done. I don't want to hear it for a year.
Yeah. So. When it comes to, as we get to the end here, when it comes to you being at conventions, do you have any tips that you have for people that have never been to Comic-Con, have never been to a con, that want to go? Because most of the people that are going to be watching, didn't come.
Right.
That's the idea.
That's true.
This is for
Hello.
you. This is for you.
Welcome.
So you should come to these conventions. They're fantastic. But do you have any tips as a veteran convention goer?
Yeah, so I will caveat that these are mine because I'm super shy. I'm very introverted. I find that I have to take some time beforehand, before conventions and between events, to make sure that I recharge and recoup. So don't overbook yourself. Right. Wear shoes that aren't going to give you blisters, especially somewhere hot, because it's hot to be walking around. And don't be afraid to I feel like saying nice things to people is such a great way to open doors and make, so if somebody has an amazing outfit or you love their art, they want to hear that. Creators, we work at home, most of the year by ourselves and put things out in the world, and we're like, does anybody like this? Please like me, right? And so if there's someone that you like their work or you love what they're doing, don't be rude, but don't hesitate to go and say, hey, I love this thing. Thank you so much for making it, or here's how it affected me.
It's way less weird to tell someone you like their thing than to do that odd part where you recognize someone and just smile at them, which is so unnerving on the other end, because you're like, why are you smiling? I have to do the narrative now. What is this?
Yeah, that can really
So if you like someone, just tell them. Yeah. Unless they're eating, then just walk away.
Yeah, if they're in the restroom, question your choices. But
Yeah. Awesome. Well, is there anything you're looking forward to do before the con runs out?
I have the panel tonight on women in entertainment that I'm going to go to. I'm super excited about that. Awesome. And then I have lunch with one of my favorite people in the whole world, who's Robin Hobb, who's a fantastic author. So I'm very much looking forward to that.
Cool. Did you hear the breaking news about the women in entertainment panel?
I did, but you should say it again.
Yeah, the new guest. The new guest. We're so excited. We have Rachel on with Tiny Chef, the Tiny Chef show, and I'm just so excited. And this is honestly a case of being at the convention and seeing Tiny Chef.
And you said something nice, didn't you?
Our production designer, Lauren, spotted Tiny Chef. She was like, I know that little man. And we walked up and just chatted and got along so well. And Rachel was available. And it's just, it's that organic thing is just so special. Because where else in the world are you going to have this many creators?
Right, because there are already people who are your people, right? Yeah. So you're already have this connection of something existing. It's not like you're walking around in the world with strangers.
Yeah.
It's really lovely.
It's really cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
I'm so excited that you were able to be here.
This is glorious.
Thank you. All right. So thank you everyone for watching this segment. We're going to have a next guest up in about 20 minutes. So stay tuned for that. And also I want to give a big shout out to the League of Filmmakers, who are the partners for this. League of Filmmakers is a new indie collective coming out of Blackmagic Design that's all about allowing indie filmmakers to connect, to create, and make it easier to network and put together films and projects in the world. And it's all about crossing that great divide between knowing someone and not knowing someone, and making it a lot easier to fix that. So feel free to head to leagueoffilmmakers.com to sign up about it if you're a filmmaker, find out more information, and get connected. And so thank you so much. We'll be back very soon, and have a great rest of your con.
Hey there, we're back with Convos, presented by Blackmagic Design. I am one of your hosts, Danielle Beckman. Welcome back. We just had an awesome segment with Shauna Germain and Timothy Reese. So we are so excited to have you back again. We are partnering with the League of Filmmakers and Cinematography for Actors to bring you this live stream directly from the Gaslamp District in downtown San Diego during Comic-Con. I hope you all have been having an amazing con weekend, and let's get to our next guest. I'm very excited to welcome Francesca Escariga to the stream. Francesca is an award-winning producer, writer, and director, and she likes to utilize the visual medium of storytelling and written word to empower the voiceless and create meaningful stories that induce positive change in society. Yes! Love that. She also serves, which we'll talk about, as an event programmer and manager for New Filmmakers Los Angeles and Little Cinema as well. She has brought to life some Academy Award qualifying and award-winning films and series. She's worked on so many notable Hollywood projects such as Netflix Bridgerton. Have you heard of it? Queen Charlotte. I could keep going. Also, The Legend of Vox Machina. Yes, talk about Comic-Con. So cool. She was awarded Best Producer at the 2022 Orion Film Awards in New York City and recognized by the City of Los Angeles' Mayor's Office for fostering the future generation of entertainment professionals through New Filmmakers Los Angeles' Stage 5 Cine Sessions mentorship program. That is so cool, and say that 10 times fast. That is so awesome. Welcome to the show, Francesca.
Thank you for having me here.
Yes.
It's my first Comic-Con, just so you know.
Okay, so see, this is really cool. So this is her first Comic-Con, everyone, which is so rad. I want to hear, what are your first impressions? What's your first take? What are you learning about your first con?
Honestly, energy is out of this world.
Yeah.
And honestly, seeing the IPs come to life is just beyond your wildest imagination that it's possible for people to support the art that we're creating to this level.
Right?
It's just amazing how, the figment of your imagination just comes to life.
That's
and
so
people
cool.
actually support that and also make it their personality. Isn't that amazing?
Yes.
So it's been
so
great.
Cool. Have you seen any favorite cosplay, costumes or anything?
Well, honestly, yesterday I saw the whole Barbie gang.
Oh
So
my gosh.
I was living for that.
Oh my gosh, that's so
yeah.
cool. Were they on rollerblades as well?
Yes, the whole shebang. Really.
Okay, that's awesome. So you didn't do, did you go do cosplay this year?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay.
But this is me, probably channeling Kris Jenner or something.
Okay, perfect.
Is it giving that?
I'm obsessed. Oh my gosh. What if there was a Barbie cosplay and then the Kardashian cosplay and they had a battle in the middle of the convention floor? Okay.
Honestly.
I think I just created an event, right? That would be so fun.
We'll plan it for sure.
Okay, we'll plan
for
it.
next year.
Awesome. No, I love this so much. And I really like to get the kind of first impressions for people on their first time.
Yeah.
So if you were to come back next year, what have you learned? Would you do anything different? Are there any tips or tricks you've learned that you're actually next year I'd be better prepared XYZ way?
Honestly, have a schedule prepared.
Boom.
Because honestly, I did have a schedule, but then I didn't expect that, places could be far from each other.
Yes.
So I was running around and I was like, okay, I need to be better prepared next year and actually choose the programs that I could actually go to. Because I kind of missed a few programs just because I don't know where it was.
Right, I know.
So I need to know the map better probably. But definitely have a schedule and come with your friends. I feel like Comic-Con is about, being with friends who also appreciate art, media, entertainment, all these things.
Yeah.
So yeah, have your own group with you.
That's cool.
I just came here by myself this year.
But it seems to be going well.
But I found new friends you guys.
Good.
So it's been amazing though.
That's awesome. Okay, so you guys heard it back home or wherever you're watching, maybe you're in your car. But you heard it there that a schedule is very important, which one of our previous guests also said. And even if you can't stick to the schedule, at least you have a skeleton and then you can pivot within there.
Absolutely.
Because there are panels, there are activations that are happening outside of the convention center.
Yeah.
There are signings, there are meetups, you know, so yeah, I think I think we hit the point, I think you got it. Okay, this is so cool. I want to dive in and chat a little bit. So let's talk about New Filmmakers LA. So I had my first experience with them a couple months ago. I went to a screening there.
That's amazing.
And yeah, I saw Riley.
Okay, awesome.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Shout out to Loris Carano,
Yes.
a friend, and she's producing No Rules, a film that I'm working on as well.
Oh, that's
and she also
amazing.
produced Riley. So we love New Filmmakers. So
Thank you.
it's I noticed that the culture around it was just, I don't know, it felt really expansive. It felt like you guys were really trying to meet people and bring people in, which in a big city such as Los Angeles, you know, in the entertainment industry, it can feel a little bit daunting.
Yeah.
So I love that is happening. So New Filmmakers LA is also a part of the League of Filmmakers. Yeah. Shout out to the League, which is so exciting. Yeah. And so tell me a little bit more. I would love to know specifically for you doing like programs and events and things. Yeah. What does your day-to-day look like? And kind of how do you love to contribute there? Like what's your work there? I'd love to know more.
Absolutely. So for me, I'm more of the front-facing part of the organization. So I do go to a lot of like industry events, and I promote the organization to, you know, people in the industry and also filmmakers.
Oh, cool. Okay.
So what we do at New Filmmakers LA, as you know, that we support and provide a platform for independent filmmakers to showcase their work to a global audience.
Awesome.
So that is like our, you know, goal.
Yeah.
As to why we do what we do. And since we screen a lot of films every year, we get a chance to, you know, show a lot of stories from underrepresented voices that, you know, we desperately need in this industry. And what I love about what we do is that aside from, you know, showing people's films, we connect the filmmakers to industry executives who can help them, you know, propel their careers forward. So I feel like, you know, us being filmmakers as well, we understand the system. So we can create a system that actually serves, you know, the filmmakers and also the industry.
That's so cool. Okay, this is kind of a silly question that I have now, but I really want to know.
Tell me.
You go to so many events, right?
Yes.
Okay, so how do you remember people? Like, do you have, I know we're talking about like Comic-Con tips and tricks, but like, do you, if someone enthusiastically comes up to you and is like, Francesca, hi, do you have any tools in your tool chest as to how you interact with someone who you maybe don't remember? Or how do you have a trick to remember names or anything like that?
Well, honestly, like, if a person introduces themselves to me, like if you do have a personality, I would easily remember you.
Yeah.
So I feel like when you go to these things, do have something to say that people would remember you.
Ooh, that's
and,
good.
You know what I mean? But I suck at names sometimes.
Yeah.
But honestly, I follow people on Instagram. Like once we connect, like on Instagram or LinkedIn, then I get to know more about you. And then eventually I would remember you, that I met you at this event.
Okay, cool.
And honestly, like social media is very powerful.
Yes.
So meet people in person, but then connect with them, you know, on social media and eventually meet them again in person.
Right. So. I think, no, it's honestly, if you think about it, you know, going to parties 10 years ago, you wouldn't have that like literal, I mean, I know Facebook is called Facebook, but it's a book of people's faces so that you can put that together and connect those dots.
Right.
That's actually really helpful. I really like that idea too of I love what you said about have something, especially if you're going to a networking event, have something memorable to say.
Absolutely.
As just like a hook, even if, you know, you're going in, if you have a project that you're working on, and it can be like that quick little log line.
Log line.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Or like, right? I mean, I love to do comedy. And so if someone met me, I could be like, you know, I'm an actor, filmmaker, and, you know, I do drama, but like, I'm a comedy gal. That's me. I mean, you could even just say something that would become like your catchphrase.
Absolutely. Your tagline
Yeah, exactly.
as
Which
a person.
I think is so cool. I really do need to workshop mine, but it's fine. We're getting there. But I think that's really powerful. And also having that kind of match your social media. So you're like, I remember this person, I met them. And I'm really talking to filmmakers, maybe actors, directors, writers who are looking to build a recognizable brand, I guess.
Absolutely. I feel like all of us have our own brands as filmmakers because we do have different voices, right?
Yeah.
So maybe that could be what's unique about you, which
Yes.
usually is. So just, say it out loud.
Oh, I love that.
And then I'll remember you.
Yes.
So there.
Oh my gosh. This is making me so excited.
I'm excited to be here.
Oh, I love like
I look up
networking.
to you. You're inspiring. You see what I mean? It's just, I remember you just like that. And we just met.
We did
know?
just meet. Thank you,
But
Francesca.
yeah, you're amazing.
That's so sweet. I mean, also I'm wearing a very loud print. So
Hey. Very Comic-Con.
very Comic-Con.
See? Love
Thank you.
that.
Thank you. Okay, this is so great. I want to know I feel like it kind of maybe is like a no-brainer, but what really drew you to wanting to help emerging artists? Because I want to talk about your, indie filmmaking, and I want to talk about the multi-hyphenate that you are. But before we get there, with New Filmmakers LA, I'd love to know what drew you to, helping emerging, creators like Blossom.
Well, it was started by, Larry.
Yes.
He moved here from New York. And he wanted to build like a community in Los Angeles, of like voices, like films of people who we don't really see in the mainstream media.
Mm-hmm.
So that was really like the driving force behind his vision of like creating a community and giving more, giving a spotlight to independent filmmakers who, are actually very talented, but then, they just don't have the resources or the connections to get themselves out there. So that is a huge part of like us helping emerging filmmakers because we do have the resources. We do have the platform. So what are we doing to help these people and like to use our platform to, help each other to, tell more stories that deserve to be heard, honestly.
Yes. And so with that, on that note, how can filmmakers watching engage with New Filmmakers LA? So I'm curious to know what, do you have any programs coming up? Is there an application online? Do they email you?
Yeah.
What would you say for that?
So as you know, we're a monthly film festival.
Perfect.
We do it every month. So there is always an opportunity to submit your films, and we don't have a deadline. So just make sure to submit anytime and we'll program it through the year.
Okay, cool. So it's
On Film
ongoing.
Freeway too.
Great.
It's ongoing.
That makes
very
sense.
accessible.
Okay, this is really cool, especially because some film festivals you have to wait all year.
All year.
And you're just
Absolutely.
sitting by your computer, hitting refresh.
Yeah.
I have no experience with that. Just kidding, I do.
Same here.
No, I do. So yes, it's monthly, and then also you can tune in. You can go monthly, see new films, engage. Isn't there usually like a cute little photo moment? You can take a picture.
Absolutely. We have the red carpet for you
Yes.
every month.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay. Every month. Don't we love a photo op? I mean,
Absolutely.
hello. I do. Okay, I want to talk about you as the writer, director, multiple things that you do. So we talked a little bit already off camera about social impact storytelling.
Absolutely.
And I would love to know, how a lot of your independent film projects revolve around this idea of these stories that kind of at the end, when you like cut them together, like this is a social impact film. So I would love to know how you got there and what brought you into that.
Yeah. So I became a writer first and foremost, not for the prestige nor the credits, It's because I want to empower people and also, make an impact on people's lives.
Yeah.
So my work mostly revolves around social impact stories that shed light on mental health, social inequality, relationships, cultural identity, and like individuality.
So cool.
So me as a writer, director, and producer, that's always my goal in every project that I work on. I always ask myself, how can I use my, privilege, resources, and also just, my platform to help people to just get themselves out there and also just have, sympathy for their stories.
Yes.
Because again, there's so many stories out there that we never hear just because like we're focusing mostly on like commercial films.
Sure.
Right. So there.
Sure. No, I think that is so important, and I would love to know, is there a one of your films in particular that like you could tell us a little bit about that you in the vein of social impact, like maybe give us the log line.
Well, I did work on a few films that I'm very proud of. Like one was about Alzheimer's disease.
Yes.
So just raising awareness on, people suffering from this disease because there's no cure as of the moment. I think they're working on it, but there's still not a cure about that. And another one is about shedding light on differently disabled communities. And the other one is about mental health, which I just wrapped recently.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Yes.
But it is a story. I feel like I would discuss more on the mental health project that I did because it's the first project that I directed.
Oh my gosh. Yes.
And it's something that I wrote as well.
We love a directorial debut.
So I'm in post right now. Yay. But it is about a story about grief and loss. A very personal story, but it's about two artists at a crossroads because of conflicting dreams and ambitions in life. So I wanted to explore the dynamics between like two artists, navigating a relationship together.
Oh, I love that.
And also the anxious and avoidant attachment, if you've heard about that in psychology.
Yes, I have.
So,
I actually was looking at a chart last week.
Stop.
In preparation for Comic-Con. Anxious?
Secure?
Do I have a secure attachment to Comic-Con? I'm not sure. No. Oh, yes. No. And maybe for our viewers, just quickly explain about those attachment styles in your film.
So the two protagonists, basically, they have opposing attachment styles.
Okay.
And this is what usually happens in relationships. If you really look at like relationships that are not secure, there's always one that's avoidant. There's always one that's very anxious. And it's because like you feed off of each other's triggers.
Wow.
So I learned so much about this just because of like me going through the same thing as well.
Wow.
And just, researching about psychology. Like for me, psychology is very interesting, especially as a writer.
Yeah.
Because like most of the characters that I, created in my head are based on like psychological, like INFJ and, all of these things that it's very interesting about a person. And that's what makes a character very multidimensional when they're like people. So
some of my favorite films are when you're watching an actor in a private moment and you're seeing their process, like their shame, their embarrassment, their joy, the thing that us as these like creatures, soulful creatures in these bodies that we do. I think that's really powerful. And also talking about attacking characters from an attachment style is so fascinating.
Absolutely.
To kind of come at it like in that way as a writer.
And it's also amazing because now that I did wrap the film and going through rehearsals, I literally sent my actors a breakdown of just what the attachment styles are like.
Wow.
And the good thing about this is that my actors also went through the same struggles. So kind of like we have that shared trauma. There's always a line that I'm going to say now, first here, that we were united by grief, but healed by art.
Oh my gosh.
So it was such a beautiful journey, just bringing to life all the characters and just the story. Because I feel like it was meant to happen for us to heal from whatever grief we went through in life. So yeah,
That's
that's what
really
makes
cool.
it very personal.
Oh, I love it. Absolutely. And that specificity also makes it universal,
Absolutely.
right?
And I never thought it was very universal because, again, it was about an avoidant and an anxious person. Apparently, like, a lot of people are in those type of relationships.
Oh, yeah. I would say so.
Yeah.
Isn't
So
that
very interesting?
You make the art and then all of a sudden your audience shows up.
Yeah.
You know, that's so cool.
Very quickly, too.
Oh,
I was like, oh, this is amazing.
yes. Oh my
So-
gosh, I love it. Okay, so I would love you to tell our beautiful viewers, hello viewers, I would love you to tell them where we can find you, how we can follow your work, and then maybe just anything you're excited about coming up.
Well, you can follow me definitely on Instagram, Francesca Escarraga, or follow, connect with me on LinkedIn, or go to our film festival. It's monthly. The next one is on August 3rd in downtown LA. Cool. So if you're available, just come hang out with us. We're fun people, I swear.
No, agreed. I was there. I can confirm.
Yeah.
This is so great, Francesca. Thank you so much for being on. Like, I'm just so glad that this is your first con.
I know.
And you're doing it alone. And but not alone. She's got us.
Seriously.
And she's got you. Of course, you're so welcome.
Thanks for having me here, honestly.
Gosh. Yes, absolutely. And we are gonna be sad. It's like so sad. This is like, the shortest interviews. I mean, look, see, it's okay. Next year we'll figure it out. But I so appreciate you being on and have a great rest of your con. And to everyone back home, we will see you shortly. Our next guest up is Deborah Pratt, co-creator and executive producer of Quantum Leap. We're so excited to have her. And just thank you, Francesca, for being here.
Thank you.
Yay.
Yes.
Okay, we'll see you soon. Thanks.
Bye.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Convos presented by Blackmagic Design. I am one of your hosts, Danielle Beckman. You know me, I'm back. I'm with Brooklyn Quarter, and I'm just so excited that we're partnering with both the League of Filmmakers and Cinematography for Actors to bring you this live stream directly from downtown San Diego in the Gaslamp District during Comic-Con. So next up on Convos, we have one of my favorite guests. I'm so excited. Deborah M. Pratt. She is an award-winning director, writer, producer, singer, dancer, actress. She is the co-creator and executive producer of Quantum Leap and the creator of the new sci-fi graphic novel Warrior One, which we'll talk about. In addition to all of her other achievements in film and TV, she is also a published novelist of 7 books, a playwright, a pioneer in transmedia-based franchise entertainment. Say that 10 times fast. And she is an inspirational speaker, and she has inspired me while speaking. So that fully tracks. She has served on the board of directors of the Writers Guild of America, is on multiple committees at the DGA. She's a member of the PGA and SAG-AFTRA. And welcome to Convos.
Thank you so much, amazing Danielle.
Oh, I like that nickname. I'll take it. So how has your con been? So Convos, we're talking about, everyone and their specialties in their careers. But the first question I always like to ask is, how has this con been? Are there any favorite moments so far, any surprises? And how does it, compare to past cons that you've been to?
Oh, I started coming to cons years ago before Hollywood came.
Okay.
So it was small and intimate and family, and you go down Artist Alley. I hired so many artists for projects in Artist Alley years over the years. And then Hollywood came, and it just blew up in a whole other way that was exciting, but at the same time, I thought so much of the originality and the comic book talents just got pushed back into the shadows. But mind-blowing, the drone and fireworks. Did you see that the other night?
You know why I saw it? I saw it on your Instagram.
Oh, Wolverine.
You broke the news to me.
Oh, I did? They had the most amazing, so they did showed the film Deadpool and Wolverine.
Oh my gosh.
And then afterwards you came outside and they had fireworks, but then, and the sound was amazing, thousands of drones formed these images in the sky.
Oh my gosh.
Of Wolverine, of Deadpool, of fight scenes, of the blades coming out of his hands. It was amazing. Right,
and you're over here going, I thought we were just gonna see Artist Alley in a comic book, and now it is. It's a huge production now.
Yeah.
And it's really interesting. I feel like it's a balance because there is a love of that kind of ma and pa homegrown comic, physical media versus the big blockbuster films.
Yeah.
And were you here last year, by the way?
Well, the strike was
on,
but I was on Quantum Leap, executive producing the new Quantum Leap. And I was so thrilled because I said to them, just make a presence for us there. And so they built, I don't know if you saw it.
I did.
Oh, the time travel setup where people could put on badges, go in to talk to Raymond Lee, who was an amazing star. The first #1 Asian American, but South Korean ever on the call sheet.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So the diversity in the show was incredibly important.
Incredible. Oh my gosh, that's so, no, yes, we because the line was so long, we didn't get to experience it.
You're kidding
because
me.
It was that popular. No, seriously, that is so cool. But
that's why I think we should do a ride at Universal Studios Tours.
Hello, do you hear that, Universal Studios?
Universal Studios.
Yes, we have our producers saying yes.
A movie, a game, a ride at Universal Studios. There's Quantum Leap, it's time to time travel.
Yes. I mean, let's do it. Honestly, oh my gosh. I asked a filmmaker the other day, I said, what is your favorite genre in filmmaking? And they literally said anything with time travel. And I was like, okay, this is its own genre on top of sci-fi. But the reason that I asked about last year was because we got to come last year, and I had my Same Women in Entertainment panel.
Oh, you did?
I did, but it was approved by SAG-AFTRA because I spoke with all the panelists and I said, we're not going to talk about any projects. We're going to dive into, what it means to be a woman in the industry and talk about, like ideas and processes and encouragement versus projects themselves.
Sure.
And SAG was totally fine with it, but it was so fascinating going last year because it really felt a little bit smaller. It felt like going back to the roots.
I heard that.
And that was pretty cool. And so, even though I'm sort of in this, I had my first year was 2022, so it's my third year now. Last year is very interesting, the dynamic to just kind of feel that shift in energy, and the independent artist booths being packed, like really, really exciting. So, yes, and don't forget Quantum Leap ride. Thank you. Thank you so much. We're just gonna put that out there again. And so with, I think, talking about Comic-Con in general, when you come, do you have, I don't know, like any tradition or ritual that you do? Or I always have to go, to this place and have this thing? Or is there anything specific that you do? Or is every time you come, like, let's just see what happens?
I always go to Artist Alley for sure.
Okay. Yeah.
I love the floor to see what, merchandise people are buying and what they're looking at. And I love to see the original comic book makers and how they present themselves. Because I know I used to have a booth and brought the Vision Quest, which are the precursors to Warrior One.
Excellent.
And it was a great opportunity to tell the story.
Yes.
Because you were right there with people. And I really enjoyed, here, I'll give you my 2-minute pitch.
I'm ready. Let's do it.
It's Earth in the not too distant future, after the great quakes of 2029, by the way. I thought that was so far in the future. After the great quakes of 2029, where we survived, Atlantis rose. We found all these treasures of information. South America sank because of the deforestation, but we domed it, so it became underwater cities. We then put our genetics into animals because we could, and we created these alternate species, but the ones that had human genetics were, their humanity was so new to them, they remember the powers that we forgot. And they started to teach them back to us. And then we put our genetics into machines, and they became sentient. And they looked at our history of greed and hate and wars and not taking care of the planet. And they said, you are terrible stewards of this planet. We're taking you out. So the journey of the books becomes, can we as humans remember our powers before they, as artificial intelligence, build an army?
Okay, and this is why someone at the booth goes, can I have 10 copies?
I did. I would sell that. I would tell that story, and people, and the book sold. And I built a strong fandom in the Vision Quest world.
Yes.
And then I created Warrior One.
Yes.
Her mother and brother are actually in the books.
Oh, amazing.
Until you get to book 5, which coming out hopefully fourth quarter this year.
Okay, oh, yes. So no spoilers, right?
No spoilers.
Okay, all right, no spoilers.
And again, the books are about learning to survive, learning to find the hero within, learning to become a leader.
I love it.
And I think we need those, and hope. I look at young people, the people that I'm writing to more than ever, are the people that feel we live in a hopeless world. And the truth is, we don't. We are the hope. We're the heroes we've been waiting for.
Right, and I know this quote, it's on a bumper sticker everywhere, be the change you want to see in the world. Do we know who said that originally?
We do. We do.
Was it like
Gandhi?
Gandhi. It was Gandhi. I
Gandhi,
was going to
Gandhi.
say it's probably Gandhi.
It was Gandhi.
But that is so, it's so specific, and then it's so universal, which is actually something I was talking about on an earlier conversation, is when you get so specific in that way, it does become universal to so many. And I wow, I'm just thinking about how the story in and of itself, not only I think it's the storytelling so original, but it feels so fresh, but it feels like it could happen as well.
Right.
And so that sort of fine line makes it like on the edge of this balance of, I don't know, like excitement and fear. And oh, I'm really excited for the next book to come out and for people to check it out. And because it is Comic Convos, and we're talking, and we can talk about comics, which is so cool. We are also, there were a couple other things here I want to talk about, but I would love to kind of just, maybe we hold up the artwork here for Warrior One.
I have maps.
Oh, see, we love maps.
There are maps.
Yes, we love a good map. And so this one, like you said, comes from the Vision Quest world. Okay, great. And so who did you begin when you had all these ideas in your head? How did it get onto the page? Are you yourself an artist as well?
I am not.
You worked, okay.
I'm a musician.
Okay,
but
yes.
I'm not a physical artist, and I wish I was.
Did you get to kind of sketch anything out and say,
no,
go forward with this?
So my managers, Zero Gravity, great people, had a client named David Campiti, and David has a production house called Glass House. Turns out that he did some of the original Quantum Leap comic books.
Kismet.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, meant to be.
So I met with him. I had a script of what I wanted it to be, and he then took it and formatted it into what it would need to be. And then he brought me these amazing artists, and as soon as I saw Will Conrad, Will Conrad just knocked my socks off.
Amazing.
And I mean, I have to show one of these drawings where she's in her head because she's trying to remember her powers, and she's meditating. And she's got Master Po, who's one of the characters in the Vision Quest books and in this book. And she's remembering him teaching her how to levitate. So the powers that we as humans have are telepathic memory and predictive memory and the ability to levitate. The idea of do as I do. And the leaders of the world that had powers that blew people away, like changing water into wine and walking on water, was everybody has those powers. As humans, it's not just one person, it's all. And that brings in the whole collective consciousness that's within the stories of what we're doing. And then I've got a great villain in the Black Guard.
Oh, we love the villains. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they're very cool.
That is so cool.
And truthfully, there's a whole sympathetic side to them because they have human DNA.
Right? Well, I feel like that's always the best villain, right? The one that you can kind of relate to and sympathize with just enough, and then you're screwed over.
And so you have a logic, you have a machine.
Yeah.
Suddenly having emotions.
Right.
That's the trick. We as humans, we live in our emotions. We're sad, we're happy, we're frustrated, we're afraid, whatever those emotions are.
Yeah.
And they have to fight them.
Yes.
And deal with them. So their journey is really exceptional too. And the other side of it is, and that's where I want the reader to really interact with the book, to say, what can we do so that we can work with machines? And this is another question that's happening right now.
Yes.
Can we turn them to be on our side? Or do we have to destroy them?
Right.
Before they destroy us.
Right. And 2029 is just around the corner.
I'm telling you. And the earthquakes are all over the world. So,
right.
And again, I started writing this book. I wrote an 80-page Bible in 2005.
Okay.
And then I sat down to write the books because I had to determine what was money like, what was food like, what was so I talk about in the books, we don't have insurance, we have assurance. And our assurance to you is to keep you well.
Wow.
It's not after you're sick, take these pills.
Right.
That's the kind of mentality of the world I thought we deserved to live in. One economy.
Yeah.
So that everybody benefits from it. And there's equality that happens within the books.
I love
that.
that.
So it's a utopian society in danger of being lost. Again, paralleling what we're dealing with right now with democracy and everything else. I think these, and how do we address these? How do we talk about these?
Sure.
And the collective consciousness of we all want the same things. We want good schools for our kids. We want nice homes. We want jobs that make us happy to go to work.
Right, like a purpose in life.
And a purpose in life, right? And so
Yes.
what's your passion? How do you find your
Yes.
passion, and how do you answer your calling?
Right. And speaking of calling, I mean, sci-fi storytelling on all levels is one of your main callings. It's so obvious with your epic career and all the things you've done. And I would like to know, what is the moment that developed for you where you kind of like this unlocked for you, going in this direction of sci-fi and this passion?
Was a woman, the first woman to ever write science fiction.
Oh,
Mary Shelley, Frankenstein.
I was, yes.
And people don't recognize the fact that she looked at what was happening at the time she was living, and electricity was just coming in.
Right.
And she went, what if, my favorite caption, what if someone took a man who had died and brought him back to life? What would that be like? And if you read the book, it's terrifying, but that at the same time, you know, who is the God-man creator, which is also kind of in the machines that I've created. So she has really influenced my writing, especially in the Vision Quest books and the Warrior One books.
Yeah.
That I think opened my mind to saying, what if? What if, what if, what if? So then when I read Jules Verne's and when I read Heinlein, I could go on. I mean, the people that influenced me, I had kidney problems when I was about 10 and I was in the hospital. And so I read through all the dog and horse books.
Yeah, right.
And that's when I started reading, science fiction. But fantasy too.
Of course, yes.
I have another book that I'm hoping will be a book series called Mirrors. And Mirrors is it's based on 7 mirrors that were created by this man, but they are portals to other worlds. And it's an action-adventure journey, a bit of a thriller, a little on the horror side.
Oh, cool.
Of what happens when we get there. And again, so we're just in the publishing process for that.
And that's a young adult novel.
And that's
is
a
that
young
right?
adult novel, right?
Awesome.
Mirrors, the Dragon Mirror is the first one.
Oh, cool. I know. I was historical drama as well. Is that a part of the genre at all?
Yes, because she goes back. The two sisters go back from today, and the world is very much like 1940s America, sort of,
right?
But not quite. And then there are strange creatures that live there.
That's really fun. I find, I'm definitely I've been an actor since I could breathe, basically. But I am newer to writing and screenplays, and I think that when I tend to go a little, when I do sci-fi, a little bit zany, like it's our world, but the dial is turned just slightly. And I would love to know, because filmmakers are watching out there, writers and directors, what when it comes to what's on the page, how do you work cues in there for, either the producer who's going to read it for the first time or an actor who's reading it and trying to get the tone maybe for an audition? I would be so curious to know, what would you do to signal to, and it could be general or specific, what would you do to signal to someone like, hey, this is a little bit different from from our world?
What's interesting, you write scripts different ways for different times. So if because I was an actor, I know how to drop things, but I don't want to tell an actor how to choose it. I want to set them up and make them understand their wound, where they're working from.
Yes.
Right. So what's hurting you in this story, character-wise?
Sure.
And then how does it relate to you as a person? that you can bring to the table through that situation,
Right.
through that challenge that you have.
Yes.
When I'm dealing with it as a producer, I have to describe how much is this going to cost,
Yep.
especially for sci-fi and fantasy,
Yes.
and tell that kind of story so that you look and see what kind of budget you're going to be dealing with. And then as a director, I read, if you ever have the opportunity to read James Cameron's Titanic, he wrote 100, I think it's like 140 pages, maybe more, 180 pages. I mean, it's huge.
Yeah.
But you can see the movie on the past. And that's the way I try to write. But you can't turn in a 180-page script. They just won't read it. They
No, it
look
won't be read.
to the back page. If it's past 120
Like, yeah.
pages, it just doesn't get read.
Yeah.
But it's so beautiful. You can see every shot. And it has a different ending than it had.
Oh my gosh. Okay. And
So
I'm
you-
sure it's just available online to
Yes,
read.
It
Yeah.
is. It is. So
Okay.
again, I say to actors and I say to writers, read great works. Read novels too, because that's another opportunity to paint a picture and speak from I think that's why I like writing novels. I speak from inside the character versus third person. I'm the camera as I write a script versus as I write a book, I become that person or that character in the book.
Oh, I love that. After I saw Nope, the screenplay was released somewhere, and I thought, I want to see how scary it is on the page. It was scary, going back. And so I think, I love that. I think describing and knowing what it's for, right? Are you in the pitch phase, or are you the producer or the director, and what it's for? So I think that's like kind of just like brass tacks, logistically, an important thing to think about.
It's who you're pitching to, who you're talking to. That's
Right.
really very, very, very important.
Absolutely. And I wish we had more time.
Oh no, are we out of time?
Well,
WarriorOneWorld.com.
yes, no. We have, no.
WarriorOneWorld.com.
We're good. We are now going into the segment where we are going to tell you all the places where you can find Deborah M. Pratt's work. Okay, here we go.
Primarily, there's still some bookstores in San Diego, as a matter of fact, that carry the Vision Quest. Amazon, of course, Amazon.com, The Atlantean, the 5-book series. I promise the 5th book is coming out. If you type in theatlantean.com, that will get you there. And you'll see all the other books, because it's this journey that they are on Atlantia. They go off to the academy. They meet their mentors and teachers. They go, then the war breaks out, and then they go on this odyssey, which is the 3rd book, where our hero Laser and his friends have to, Kyla and Cashton, have to survive what's called Passage Island, because in the future, you're not allowed to marry, you're not allowed to have children, you're not allowed to own land until you have learned to survive. So part of the journey is that survival. And then the last one in Pangaea is Under the Water. So that's a whole, I guess it's a little salute to just what could life be like if we control the sea.
Sure.
Everybody says space is the last frontier. We don't have to leave this planet to find a new frontier, I got to tell you. Based on the research I did.
Oh my goodness.
So basically, Amazon is probably the best place. WarriorOneWorld.com. Come sign up. We'll keep you posted. I'm definitely going to do a special giveaway to everybody that signs up. Once these books are actually released, you'll get special discounts.
Oh, yes.
Special
We love
discounts.
that. Head to the website.
WarriorOneWorld.com.
Okay, perfect.
Or thevisionquest.com.
And then, excellent. And for you in particular, how can people follow your work?
Instagram, Deborah M. Pratt.
Perfect.
I'm also on Facebook and LinkedIn. And you can actually get in touch with me directly at WarriorOneWorld.com, just contacts. That one's still coming directly to me. Instagram comes directly to me. Reach out. And I support writers. I try to support actors in any way I can, give back, directors as well.
Yeah.
Just to, I was a pioneer when women were not in power. And I was lucky. I could sing, I could dance, I could act, I could write. Anything I needed to do to stay alive so that I could be in this industry. But I was frustrated, and I think what started me writing was not seeing roles for women that were empowering. And I said, well, I'm going to write it myself. So the first script I ever wrote, I was acting on a show called Airwolf.
Yep.
And I wrote an episode.
Right.
And it was really, the whole demeanor of the studio and the network changed toward me when I created this. Now, of course, my version had me starring completely in it.
Yes.
So I had to rewrite it like 7 times, but it was a great learning process.
Sure.
Especially if you're writing on somebody else's show.
Right. Yeah, and that in and of itself is a skill.
It is a skill because you've got to hear the voice
Yeah.
of the show and the characters to be able to do it. And as an executive producer on Quantum Leap, I had to rewrite a lot of scripts to make sure that the voice of the characters was consistent with the show.
Oh, surely.
Yeah.
I would imagine. And I absolutely, I love what you said. You fully were a pioneer. And, you know, we are going to be diving so into that
Tonight,
at our
that's right.
panel tonight. It's at 5:30 p.m. It's in the San Diego Convention Center, room 26AB. It's today, 5:30, Saturday. And yes,
come.
Just come.
Oh, does,
It's called Women in Entertainment, How to Blaze Your Own Path.
oh my God, can I say a little bit of something on that?
Yeah.
Do not be afraid of AI.
Ooh.
I asked AI.
Yeah. You're like, I have AI on speed dial. Yes.
I asked it because I was trying to figure it out. So I'm playing with it. I'm
Sure.
looking at what it does. I played with it creatively, and I found that it stole things. It actually gave me the quote from Spider-Man.
Oh,
Great power. And I went, why would you give me that quote, as popular as it is, and the fact that it's taken from somewhere else, and it apologized. I mean, play with this stuff. It's a baby and it's learning, and if we train it, it'll make a difference. But here's the question I asked. I said, if I were to want to build a streaming system all on my own, a streaming channel all on my own, could you help me do it? And like in 22 seconds, it came back and said, absolutely. And told me exactly how I would build a streaming channel. So studios and networks need to be afraid because we still carry the message and the content and the imagination of original stories. AI is generative, so it regenerates from other places. Oh, and then at the end it went, but of course you would need humans. You would need lawyers, you would need accountants, and I'm laughing. I'm sitting here reading this laughing. So as the Black Guard has been a real journey for me. I really wanted to see how close we were to sentience.
of course.
And we're not there.
No.
We're not there. We're not
No.
there. I think Google came close because 2 AI created their own language and started talking to each other.
See, and then that's scary when the bots start talking.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
That's
no,
in the books too. That's in the Vision
so,
Husbands.
oh my gosh, see, it's just so incredibly relevant. And also like, look at this badass woman on the front.
Yes!
Like, hello. Like, yes.
It was so important.
Can we see? Yes. We're going to get a hero shot. Okay.
This is Jetta A.
awesome.
And Jetta A is 17, 18, 19 years old.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe a little bit older. And she, is with her family, and she's loved and is living in a world that is utopian. They're doing molecular transfers to the moon.
Right.
But they don't have it quite right yet, so you may lose some molecules.
Well, that's fun.
We're working with science here. We're practicing medicine.
I love
And
it.
but she's a young woman who's been pretty sheltered.
Yeah.
And suddenly in a day, everything changes. And she is on her own. And she has to figure out how to survive, how to find food, how to find water, how to find shelter, how to pick up a gun and kill or be killed. Wow. And that's something that we're so blessed right now that we don't have to do, but we're hanging on the fringe.
Yeah.
And so I really want the game to empower, especially women, and especially women of color. I want everybody to know, here's a statistic. the majority of the world is of color. 86%.
People of the global majority.
The global
Yes.
majority is 86% of the world.
Yes.
And 14% of non-color. But bottom line, we're human first. When do we just get to be human? Stop the divisiveness.
Yeah.
And the books really get into that too. And that's why I created the alternate species, so that people could, now we have something new to make a judgment again.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not all human.
Sure. Right. You have to, where's the conflict going to be?
Right, exactly. So I really, really thought out creatively. And to all you writers out there, remember in asking the question, what if, and to using your imagination.
Yes.
Be bold.
Because the possibilities are so endless.
They are so endless. We have so many stories to tell. And then historically, there's so many stories to tell.
Oh, absolutely.
History is written by the conqueror. When I was just in Egypt, and I went to the library at Alexandria. Who want my book? I got to send them books. They have 125 million books. Wow. They were the first library in the world. They've been burned down by every conqueror. So the Greeks, the Romans, the Turks, the Persians, I mean, everybody has burned down. And I know they had scrolls from Atlantis. I know they had original writings. And so I just did a show with the amazing Peter Greenberg called Hidden, where he went to Egypt. And you have to watch it. I'll let everybody know when it's on. Come here.
Yes.
I'll let you know, and then come to warrior1world.com.
Excellent.
That looks at the Egyptian mythology and how from it came the three great Western religions. And literally from it came these mythologies. So we have to look at our past to explore our future, to explore our present, and then to create our future.
Yes.
Let me
Oh,
say that.
so well said. Oh, I absolutely love that. Okay, I need to plug this one more time because there is everything in here. What a beautiful world, and just intuitive and complicated and fascinating. And also, so check out Warrior One, check out the Vision Quest as well, and all the things that Deborah has coming up. Thank you so much for being on.
Oh, my pleasure.
Thank you.
To please come and sign up. So when the books do come out, they haven't been released yet. I will say you saw on this show.
Yes.
And there'll be a special price for all the things that I want to come with this.
Oh, this is so exciting.
Come be a warrior.
Convos. Yes. Excellent. Okay, and so with that, that wraps up this segment of Comic Convos. We have one more interview left today, so stay tuned. We're talking to Darren Ross, stunt coordinator. Timothy will be interviewing him, and we are just so happy you tuned in. We want to give a big shout out to the League of Filmmakers. We would love you to join us at the League of Filmmakers. Check us out on Instagram, YouTube, all the places on the internet where the machines are. The League of Filmmakers would love to be in touch with you. And also we want to thank our friends at Cinematography for Actors as well. And I'm Danielle Beckman with Brooklyn Quarter. And all of this, by the way, is shot on Blackmagic Design.
One of these cameras.
Right, our stream, our cameras, everything is mwah, chef's kiss gorgeous. So we just want to say thank you again for watching, and we'll be back shortly. Okay.
Welcome back to Convos presented by Blackmagic Design. I'm one of your hosts, Timothy Reese of Brooklyn Quarter, and we're excited to be partnering with the League of Filmmakers and Cinematography for Actors to bring you this live stream directly from the Gaslamp District / Quarter in downtown San Diego. Our last guest of the show is Darren Ross. Darren is a stunt coordinator, stunt performer, and actor, and he's known for his action design across a myriad of video games, film, and TV projects for more than 2 decades. His latest action design work, which I love action design as a title, can be seen for the cinematics of the recently released Destiny 2: The Final Shape. Prior to that, he has been a stunt coordinator for the award-winning Star Wars video game series Jedi Fallen Order and its sequel Jedi Survivor, designing action for the game's cinematics and gameplay combat design. His work can also be seen for the opening to the Batman game Gotham Knights, in which Darren fully wrote, designed, and performed with his stunt team the opening action sequence to the game, showing Ra's al Ghul taking down Batman in his Ra's al Ghul.
I gotta get the pronunciation right.
Did the original
there's
cartoon
a
series?
whole thing about when it was Raz and when it became Raish.
Okay, all right, Ra's al Ghul taking down Batman in his own Batcave. Darren also fully redesigned the whole Batcave for the sequence. And I just want to say, Darren, this is really a dream for me to have you on here because I've known you kind of like the length of me wanting to move into entertainment.
Yeah.
And so this is really special. Thank you for coming on Comic
bro,
Convos.
thanks for having me.
Yeah, so a little background for the viewers. Darren is a very good friend of my brother's, Christian Reese.
We love Christian.
Yeah, we love Christian. He's probably going to be wandering into the
pull
set.
him in.
Yeah, who is a 3D animator, and the two of you work together at Blur. And that span of career of what you did at Blur, the way I always used to describe that time period of work you were doing is that you were making the secret blockbuster movies, right? That were going into these video games, these AAA video games that were just astounding, right?
Yeah, and your brother was a big part of that. Like when I became an animation supervisor, and at the time was doing stunt coordinating and choreography with stunt people we were hiring, martial artists we were hiring, military people I was bringing in. Your brother was one of the people I really took under my wing. Hopefully he'll feel the same about this.
Yeah. He's described it as such.
That I knew could handle the kind of motion capture that we were performing and shooting and capturing that is not easy because we were, really with Blur, we were pioneering it. I still remember when Tim got motion capture equipment. It was like, we're going to mocap ourselves and we're going to be the anti-Pixar. I love Pixar, don't get me wrong. He was like, we're not doing talking animals. We're gonna do edgy, cool, sci-fi, badass superhero stuff. And I personally chose that path of motion capture and jumped into that. And but what we were figuring out how to capture weapons, how to capture lightsabers.
Yeah. I have a whole series of questions about lightsabers coming up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Christian warned me about this.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Well, he's animated quite a few lightsabers that we captured, and but he did. He was part of that team figuring that out together. Like we grew up in this, figuring this stuff out. How to animate layers over this motion capture is difficult stuff with props. And cameras too.
And I think that one of the things that I wanted to mention for those who have not been involved in what goes into this sort of cinematography involved in stunt effects, especially with motion capture work, especially with doing anything with virtual production, is that the single most expensive part of that process is the very narrow window that you actually film.
Yes.
Right?
I think with all mediums it is that whatever, today you've got a crew here, right? So everybody involved on the day, on the moment when cameras are rolling, that is the most expensive point of whatever you're doing, whether it's film, whether it's TV, whether it's video games. Your crew, when the cameras are rolling, is your most expensive. Your prep before that and your rehearsals you can do before that with smaller teams is going to guarantee a better success when the cameras are rolling.
Yeah. And you end up having to, because a lot of the work you're doing, right, involving these very intense choreographies with incredible athletes who have trained in acrobatics and martial arts.
Oh, yeah.
And all kinds of just body blocking and being a presence and and just having the right walk and having the right posture, right? Is because all this gets translated into the data that's going into these kind of recaptures that turn into these textured shapes and humanoids and all these different aliens. Is you end up rehearsing these things very, very closely to how you're going to film. Can you talk about what it looks like whenever you go? Let's say you're going to film I'll get to lightsabers in a second. say you're going to film a sequence where it's a couple of knights with swords that are about to charge into a dungeon, and you're going to have a fight scene. Can you talk about the production that leads into before you even get into the room when the cameras are going?
Yeah, absolutely. Basically, what you're talking about is what a term we started coining a long time ago was stunt viz. This is before people really were using that word, but we knew that word from animation and visual effects, pre-visualization, because we would do that with our animation blocking. And then there's like storyboard, like animatics, what we call animatics, or storyboard animatics, which is when you're cutting together a storyboard as a little sequence.
Yeah.
So we started coining the term stunt viz, which was, well, we were going to rehearse our stunts anyway, but I've always fallen in love with the camera and cinematography, and all of my time, my journey at Blur was learning filmmaking language through the camera, through editing, through pacing, as well as the drama and action design. And so if I'm not looking at our choreography through the lens and figuring out shot by shot, cut by cut, you could just create a big mess.
Right.
You have to know what the story you're telling. What I love about it is what's unique to any action design is that things don't happen in an arena.
No.
Despite how much of a video game is a video game,
Yeah.
and there's an arena aspect to certain to parts of it, but nothing. The world doesn't exist in an arena. Look how unique. Look at the environment you guys set up. How like, this thing, I could kick this thing, and this is a prop.
Yeah.
But like this is what's unique to the environment, right? Like
it's a high resolution render.
It's a high resolution.
Yeah, this is all virtual production.
All,
This is all,
really, look at the texture on that. Wow. So what I love those aspects to action design is going, okay, well, we know what our story is. We know who our characters are. What are their weapons that they've chosen?
Yeah.
That's going to be very unique, whether it's improvised weaponry or something they've carried on themselves, whether it's a prop of a bladed weapon or a firearm. And then where is it happening? Where is this fight happening? I love using the environment as much as possible. Part of that comes from my background. I was trained by, my teacher was a Navy SEAL vet. He created a self-protection based system, and part of that self-protection based training that was born out of teaching women self-protection was using your environment around you. You know, you always have ground. Ground's a great weapon. You can bash heads on the ground. You can stomp and do things like that, or you can grab things and use them. That's the fun of real life stuff we would implement into our action design is going, all right, well, what do we have around us to make this really interesting? So when we're, long question, longer, answer longer, getting into stunt viz is going, all right, let's figure out our choreography. Let's start blocking out the world. Let's create stunt safe props and things we can roll over and slam and hit and trip and kick.
Right. Because you're going to do whereas the character is going to get their face kicked in once. You're going to get your face kicked in rehearsal like 45 times.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. It's and so, but also it's for the weapons to be safe, but also we want to destroy the environment. It's the fun of it too. It's why I love Jackie Chan. Everybody loves Jackie Chan. How he used the environment because he was such a big fan of the vaudeville. Charlie Chaplin,
Buster Keaton.
Their gags were all about environment. Yeah. They all those unique comedic gags were all about environment. And Jackie took that to a whole nother level with martial arts and comedy. And I love that because that's a huge proponent of what makes it unique.
Right.
So so we do all that in our stunt viz where we'll start getting the choreo beats, making sure we're telling the story, and now let's start shooting it, and mapping it, shot by shot.
Yeah. Putting
rough edits together. And what's nice is then you're iterating. Now you're starting to get visuals for everybody to go, oh, okay, before we're doing the expensive motion capture day of everybody's in the suits and we're rolling and all that, we can go, hey, how do we feel about this? Yeah, this is working. Oh, let's do a pickup day. Let's stories change, characters change, weapons change. They're not using this thing anymore. It's not the dungeon cave has changed. It's not as narrow. It's wider now. Or there's a ceiling crash part that we've got to add. Because that's entertainment. I mean, it's the stories are always going to evolve.
What is it? I heard someone say once that there's no such thing as picture lock anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it just doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, and that's the fun of the flexibility of going. All right, well, cool. Well, maybe two characters became one now. One villain is not two because they wanted to shorten lines or something like that. So there's a lot of changes that you can be flexible with. To go, all right, cool. Let's do a pickup. Let's get those pieces, throw it in the edit, and then get to a point where like, great, now we can go into the motion capture or the live action, whichever it is. Maybe last round of notes can be done on the day in the iteration.
Yeah. there's an aspect to this that always used to be a fun anecdote for me, which is that, do you know how many hours of Star Wars cinematic you have been in? Because there's a whole thing about there was a whole estimation that it was at least a feature film, that there's at least a feature film of animation that you have been a Star Wars character that's just from video game properties.
It's funny you say that, because even like Tim Miller, my old boss, was just hanging with him last night. I remember one time he asked me, he's like, "How many times have you died in our cinematics?" He's like, it's got to be like thousands of times, because I remember in the Old Republic one, the first one where the Sith are crashing the temple.
I love that. That cinematic is amazing. I'm going to that. That's the one I'm coming to. Yeah.
There's a shot in there where the first Sith comes out, draws the saber, and then all the other ones like. And I played each one of these guys and was figuring out, going like, I'll fill the frame here, and I'll fill the frame there. Okay, here, we'll go here, go here. And it's like, and actually, that's one of those ones where there's like, I probably died. It was like most of the characters in it.
Yeah.
And then I figured out after like Jedi Survivor, I was like, I think I've died as almost every stormtrooper there's been.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh wait, no, there's that grenade guy in Rogue One. I haven't played that guy.
Right. Yeah.
I want to blow up off of a tank. But
Fall
yeah,
off an AT-AT. Yeah.
It's right.
Yeah.
I really don't know how much time that is. It's across the cinema, because there was Force Unleashed 2 stuff we did. The Old Republic Trails. I did thankful to do the 10-year anniversary Sith Legacy one.
Yeah.
Where they brought Malgus back, which was a really awesome piece to have done. And then all the Jedi Survivor, Fallen Order and Survivor, Diana's characters in there too. I don't know. It's an interesting tally. We'll have to.
It'd be a fun data table to build. Like there's a specifically also a sort of specific history within the cinematics that you've been in involving thrown lightsabers, right? Because from a little debrief with my brother beforehand, he was like, "Oh, mention the whole rise and fall of the idea of throwing a lightsaber." Because if you watch this timeline, there's suddenly there's no thrown lightsabers, and there's one cinematic where it's like, "Oh, we should throw a lightsaber. This is pretty cool." and then all of a sudden there'll be a cinematic where it's 4 lightsabers getting thrown. But then people started realizing how hard it is to deal with the tracking of a lightsaber in space, because it's like a spinning, floating death sort of missile that flies through. And then all of a sudden they started getting pulled down again and sort of back again. Can you talk about because you've been involved with these properties, you've been involved with Comic-Con for a while. When's the first time you ever came here?
Oh, jeez. We started coming here with Tim. We had this little crew that Tim would bring us down every year. I mean, it's over 20 some odd years.
So you've been with it for this rapid evolution that's happened over the years.
And we really used to just come as fans. We
Right.
just what I loved about when I was working at Blur, and Tim was always just such a huge comic book fan, comic book nerd. I was a comic book nerd. Tim used to literally every Wednesday would drop comic books off at my desk.
Oh, wow.
And your brother can remember this too, which was amazing. I was like, I had the best job in the world. I'm doing this stuff, and my boss is dropping comic books off.
Yeah, on the day that they come out.
Yeah, because he's like a crazy mad reader.
Yeah.
Tim is like the movie Phenomenon.
Yeah.
I read 2-3 books this weekend.
Yeah.
My brain is expanding. That's Tim all the time.
Okay.
Tim is crazy how much he cranks books out, and comic books are like nothing. It's like he's like walking down the street like, here's 5 comic books I just read. So we used to come as fans, because we were professionals working on what we were doing, but we always loved comic books, you know, which was a part of that journey. I mean, Batman is my favorite comic book character on the DC side. I grew up really more as a Marvel kid. Always loved the Hulk, was a big fan favorite, Spider-Man, and then later got into X-Men and the Avengers and stuff. But I always loved Batman, and I remember when we started working on Arkham series trailers, and it was just like, whoa, there was this manifestation of we're fans.
Yeah.
This is the stuff that got us into this, but now we're really working on this stuff, and now our stuff is appearing at Comic-Con, and it's this weird
Ouroboros.
that you're like, whoa, we're kind of got a be like more professionals now here. We can't be the nerdy like, yeah, I love fucking comic books. Like doing this, like, hi. You know?
Now you're getting interviewed about it.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and
Yeah.
I think the ultimate, like one of the really big cool moments is anytime our work appears here and you see people like, whoa, you know, like when Star Wars trailers have been here and people are like nerding out and people like acting out your choreography. I think for me, and then at some of the Star Wars conventions, I started to see people dressed as like Cal Kestis or Darth Malgus, characters that actually there was one time, I remember which Comic-Con it was, one of the guys from BioWare Lucasfilm people, it was after I think the third trailer for Old Republic came out, and I played Malgus on a lot of those, as well as doing the choreo and the animation stuff. He goes, hey, come here. He walks me through the Star Wars like booth of Comic-Con. He's like, check this out. And there's this action figure stand.
Yeah.
And there's a Kenner style Darth Malgus action figure.
Oh my
He
gosh.
goes, look. I almost like started crying. He's
Yeah.
like, look, dude. He goes, that's because of you guys.
Yeah.
He's like, this character was nothing. Nobody, like Darth Malgus, what was he? And I was like, whoa.
That's you.
It's crazy. And I also remember like when there was the shot, it's like 4 a.m. I'm creating this shot of the Malgus is walking away from the temple.
Yeah.
And he's literally just like, temple's crashing, he's putting the cloak on and he's walking around. It's a shot we had to redo because my buddy Dave, who was directing us on it, we had this performer who just couldn't walk.
Okay.
This is what gets weird about performances. People like get so weird about like just walk a line, and the dude's doing this weird walk. Like, bro, you're like Darth Vader, bro. Just like walk, man.
Yeah.
He's doing this weird like. And then Dave's like, yo, man, we're coming back here. We're gonna get in the suit. We're gonna just do this.
Okay.
So I did this pickup shot of, Malgus walking with the robe. 4 a.m, I'm putting the shot together, putting my own mocap in it, and it hits me where I'm like, holy shit, I've really jumped into the thing that set me on this path. Because I always say that Star Wars really opened up a portal for me as a kid. That was the singular thing that really like, what is this?
Yeah.
What is special effects? Who's making this? Wait, a guy named George Lucas, ILM? I'm going to pursue that.
Yeah.
And to work specifically on Star Wars and then work with technology that didn't exist when I was a kid.
Right.
And to play these characters and do choreography these characters and invent new things for them, invent new storylines and characters and fights and whatnot. And it's like, whoa, wait a minute. This is mind-blowing. Same thing with Batman, like these specific ones that are the things that that opened up those portals that you're like, yeah, I'm going for that.
Yeah. And I feel like your career has been a real typification from like the outside looking in, because it's always different when it's your career, right? But from the outside looking in, you really seem like someone who caught a wave of technology, performance, and story, and you've just been riding that crest. And it's been
knock on wood.
It's been really cool, and it's cool because like I don't know, it's really special for me whenever I boot up a video game and I look and I'm like, oh yeah, Darren worked on this, right? Because it's like, and I'll try to find you because I know that it's always the joke, right, that mocap performers have a certain gait that they walk in. So I always try to find you in it, right?
I've had a lot of friends like, yo man, I see that. That's your walk.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I wanted to ask you as we get towards the end of this. I wanted to ask you: are there any traditions? Because a lot of people that are going to be watching this, they've never been to Comic-Con, or they're not here this year, they want to come. Are there any traditions or rituals that are like really something you always pursue when you're here? Like that you just do something just to tell people like, hey, if you're coming to Comic-Con, do this, it'll save you. Yeah.
I would say Artist Alley is more important than ever.
Yeah.
Because again, for me, it always was about the comic books.
Yeah.
And we've watched it evolve and become so much of a film, TV, comic books, everything, video games, which is all cool and great. But you can forget that like it's about comic books.
Yeah.
And always being a comic book kid, coming here and actually meeting artists that I love that also inspired me, that to this day still do. Especially as animators, and your brother could speak to this too, with like silhouettes and poses. I always, still to this day, look at comic book poses. My favorite artists,
Yeah.
how they're posing Batman, how they're posing certain characters that are like, oh, that's cool. Let's try and like work that in, to a silhouette. So Artist Alley, because those are the true artists that are by hand really doing this.
Yeah.
Especially in this time of AI, it's more important than ever, I think, to really spend time going to Artist Alley.
Yeah.
Go take a walk through there. You'll discover artists that you don't know about. You'll discover, like, look who you just introduced me to.
Yeah.
Right?
Just met Deborah Pratt. Yeah.
Deborah Pratt, she's a creator, but now it's okay to say about her that she's making her own thing.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So she, she's got her own comic book, and it looks awesome. And I'm like, that's what Comic-Con's about.
Yeah.
Is these creators who love all these worlds.
Yeah.
They get to come here and go, hey, it's your tribe. It's the people finding each other, because a long time ago it was nerdy shit. Mm-hmm. But now it's so mainstream, and it's beautiful.
Yeah.
And that collaboration of like comic book fans going like, oh, dude, I'm like, you're one of my favorite Batman artists, and then like they'll know what I do, and like, oh man, that thing you did with Deathstroke, that's like the coolest thing. I'm like, oh yeah, cool. Well, yeah, it's like, whoa, it's those things that it's
like trading baseball
beautiful.
cards.
Yeah,
Of like,
it's really,
fandom. Yeah.
it's really beautiful and fills my heart. And so I think that's a thing for me, is connecting with the friends that are here doing this. Is beautiful. I mean, this is out of relationship. Everything's in relationship. I love your brother and I love you, man, and like you and your brother's also one of those people that 3-4 in the morning, like, killing ourselves on these projects, but it's like, hey man, we're here together. Without team, without relationship, none of this means anything. None of this is worth it.
Yeah.
So I think part of it, the traditions, is come down here and be in community, be in around all of us that love this crazy stuff, and feed off each other and inspire each other to keep going and keep creating in human ways, not with AI. I mean, AI has benefits in other areas, but let's not replace this beautiful artistry that we can do.
Darren, Darren, this has been an
such a pleasure, man.
absolute pleasure.
Appreciate
Thank
you, man.
Thank you so much for being on.
It's an honor.
Man. And so, thank you very much, everyone. This has been Darren Ross on Comic Convos as we wrap up our coverage here at San Diego Comic-Con 2024 in the Gaslamp District. And I want to give a huge shout out to League of Filmmakers who have, especially John at League of Filmmakers, for this incredible community that they've built. I want to thank this Comic Convos itself is presented by Blackmagic Design. I want to thank our producing partner, Cinematography for Actors, with Indy and Haley. And I want to thank our entire crew that we've had here, with Bill as assistant director. We've had Lauren Lloyd and Christian Lloyd on production design. We've had Dustin Tillman on editing. And we've had Danielle Beckman as host, my dear wife. And I also just want to thank you for watching, and thank you for joining us on this fun journey. If you haven't checked it out yet, please go to leagueoffilmmakers.com to find out more about this really cool community they're building to make it easy for filmmakers to talk to each other, to network, and to create cool projects.
Can we thank the plants?
We can thank the plants.
Thank you, plants, for being with us here.
Yeah, he was very well rendered. And I also want to thank, we shot everything here on Blackmagic Design. We're running Blackmagic switchers, and I just want to thank Terry at Blackmagic Design for making this possible. So thank you so much for joining us. Please enjoy the rest of the con, and we hope to see you next year on Comic Convos.